Hey, what up, nerds? Happy Sunday. Hello, hello. How's it going? Damn, the screen. I always forget.
Hello, Mice, Mr. Roo. Lilo, welcome, welcome. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. And we're starting off strong with the magic treat.
Treat. Nice.
Let's fight.
How's it going, nerds? Mize, Mitsuru, Lilo. Hello, hello.
Yes.
Congrats, Mitsuru, on your Steam demo release. Very exciting.
Congratulations.
Big milestone. Egg. Hello.
Egg?
Hello,
Is
hello.
it Egg?
Egg.
Or egg?
Don't know.
But welcome. Olrod. Hello.
Hey, Olrod.
Wuchan, would you like some treats? What if you turned around?
Yeah, very interesting.
If you turn, there we go. Oh, yes. Can you see her? Just kind of like, no.
Yeah, I see. I'm there. I'm with you. Definitely not going to be reading your entire name. Oh, look at those bats. Nice. Yeah. It's Sunday. It is time for some game dev. You know how it goes.
Bad juju. Thank you for that fart.
Let's get it done.
Get it done. Polite cuckoo, yes. For now.
For now.
Yeah. So polite. So polite cuckoo. I'll put one treat in her bed because she was so good.
How's everyone doing? Look at this. Look at this zomb. I love them. They're very cute.
Nice. Doing cleaning like always.
More cleaning.
Hey, it's good to get it done. It's good to get it done.
Dedication right there. I just watched YouTube and played video games. That was it. That was my morning.
Hey, but we're like game Devin. Dame Gavin all afternoon here.
Dame Gavin.
We're Dame Gavin. I'm gonna be a froge today.
What?
Is that okay with you?
Yeah. We went for a walk as well, so.
Yeah, cheeky little walk.
Right. So, plan for today is we need to work on this game loop. You know? We got our dock running. Good first drafts. So, we're gonna stop doing random things for a minute and try and close out this game loop. At the moment, we have the movement, we have a dash, we have the cure mechanics where it spreads throughout the horde and turns them into humans. If the humans get caught, they turn back. Ow. At the moment it's instant, but it'll have an animation, so it doesn't just in one frame turn all of them back. Like that. You can also run them into this circle, which is the safe zone, which saves them and then increases this counter as you save them. So like right now I saved 3, I leveled up, so I get to pick an upgrade. So we have upgrade selection working, we have the health working. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We need a win condition for one. We need a way to craft a wave system for the zombies, like determining how many zombies appear at any given time into the level. I think that's what we'll be working on today. And then we just gotta, balance, adjust until it feels good, feels fun. Add a lot more upgrades. And just keep going,
Yeah, a lot of work to do.
A lot of work. Let's work on the run animation. Thank you, Elrod. Thank you.
It's looking good. It's looking very nice. Very good, very nice.
Yeah, I think this animation is going to be...
Well, yeah, this is what we're going to use for the moment, right?
Yeah, probably for a good while. We'll rely on this, but we're definitely going to do a second pass to we need to make it cooler, The dock needs to look cool. So that's going to be a whole task to find our animation style before we start making tons of animations for the dock. Tell me, Professor Bernardo, who is that young lady? That's not your wife. What?
You mean Olive?
You mean this zombified lady that turns into a non-zombified lady? Her name is Olive.
She's from our previous game, because we are saying that this is happening all in the same universe.
Mm-hmm.
So we're including our characters from Super Cat Cafe. For better or for worse.
And if Olive is a zombie, it begs the question...
What happened to Nick?
Yeah, what happened to Nick? But what happened to Maka?
What happened to Maka?
Is Maka a zombie?
Oh
Are they immune?
no! Did Maka cause the apocalypse?
She's patient zero. Yeah, so let's do it. Let's make a wave system. Celine, what are you up to today?
Nothing.
What the heck is even that?
Nothing to see here.
Is that a TV? Is that a flying TV? It's a robot. Is that the AI companion?
Yeah, that could be Maka. Droid Maka.
Droid Maka. Or like it's like an acronym. MAKA, and we just have to find the words for what it stands for.
Mega autonomous.
Mega autonomous. She's so autonomous, dude. She's so independent and autonomous.
Oh, what's a word that starts with K? Yeah, don't mind that.
That's the challenge. We need a good acronym for Maka.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do we begin here? We already have a timer. So the wave system is going to plug into the timer. But we want the ability to... I guess it's not all about the zombies and like waves of zombies. We want to essentially be able to trigger things at certain times in the level. So we could say at second 5, 3 zombies spawn. At second 20, 5 zombies spawn. Sure. But we might want to do at second 30, a health pack spawns in the map, right? So we could do multiple things, not just zombies, to determine what happens in the level. I think from the get-go, we can have it be fairly static. Maybe in the future we want more randomization. So it's not always the exact same pattern every time you go into a level. But yeah, the idea is that it's super easy to iterate in the editor. You're just picking things, changing numbers to make it as painless as possible to balance the level and make it fun.
Yes. Win conditions. At the moment for the level, like win conditions, like how many peoples you're saving? You have like a certain number of peoples?
Yeah. For the prototype, we had number of people saved. So if you manage to save 1,000 humans, you win. Another option is have it be by time. So you're just trying to make it as long as possible. So if you make it to, say, 30 minutes, you would win. I feel like that would be quite easy as well to tie into the actual world. We could say that zombies are only active at from dusk to dawn, right? So the level starts at dusk. If you make it to dawn, you win, type of thing. Like the zombies leave, so you go back.
A day-night cycle, kind of.
Kind of. Very rough. Hey Patrick, hello.
Hello.
Happy Sunday. Oh, I've been frozen.
It appears that you have been frozen.
We could also have more like map specific objectives. You could say, you know, on the first level, which is like the docks estate, the docks manor. You're playing in the courtyard in front of his mansion, basically. The objective could be to get the power back on or something, or open the main gate. I don't know. Maybe that, as long as you can complete that, which would be like a multi-step process that would take time, then you win.
Yeah.
There could also be a boss if we end up wanting to make bosses. Like if you survive until 30 minutes, then the boss spawns. And if you manage to defeat/cure the boss, you win. There's definitely options. Okay. Can do a new folder, and we can call it
Runty, hello.
Hey Runty.
Welcome to today's stream.
So what would we call this set of events that define a level? What do we call that? A level map? No, that doesn't make sense. There's an actual map. Level sequence. Level sequence. That works. I like that. We're gonna make a new script. We're gonna call it level sequence. This extends resource. And then this will have a single variable of actions. Will be an array of run action. Or level sequence action. And we'll define what that means in a second.
You've destroyed your thumbs changing the tire on your bike? Oh no.
Destroyed the tires too.
Oh no.
Oh, damn.
That doesn't sound good.
Gonna make a new folder. Call it level sequence action. Maybe we should keep this separate. New scripts.
It's on there. Olin had no threads. Okay. Okay, as long as you're exaggerating about the condition of your fingers.
This is also a resource for anyone that's using Godot and you're not using custom resources. Trust me, you should learn about them. They're very helpful.
Oh, yeah?
If you're coming from Unity world, I believe the closest analogy would be scriptable objects. Pretty sure. Completely forgotten how not fun it is changing tires. I've never done that myself.
I can't relate, but yes, I can. I can imagine it's not very fun.
Okay, so we have a level sequence action. One thing that every action will have is a time. When does it happen, right? So we just have a time variable, which would be a number of seconds. Kind of annoying. I would like to say like minute 2, 3. Do I do 2 variables? Do I do a string? So I can do like 1:30, and that's at minute 30. What's the most intuitive way? Minute seconds is probably the easiest way. Yeah.
Jessica Vito, welcome.
Hello.
To today's stream. Happy Sunday. I have a couple of bikes, and commuter bike is the worst. The road bike is the easiest.
I don't think I've been on a bike for like 15 years.
Wowzers. No, yeah, it's been a long time.
How's it going, Cavino? Good morning? Probably.
Good day.
Good morning indeed. There you go. Going well. Good to hear. Good to hear. So if we were to create a resource, call it a level sequence.
I'm Danish. If I don't bike, the police will show up and force me on a tricycle.
Wait, that fail? What the heck just happened?
Yeah, I guess where you live really does have a lot of
Parameter
influence
R
on
is...
how common it is to bike or not.
Wait, what? What the heck is broken here? Why is the class name... Something's weird here. Okay, now it worked. I don't know. Okay. Test sequence. So now in the editor, we'd be able to add a new level sequence, and then it would have minutes, seconds. So you can define where or when it happens. But that's just the base class, so it doesn't actually do anything. But if we did a new script, call that a spawn zombie action, then we extend level sequence action, and we give it a name, spawn zombie action. We need to know how many zombies do we want to spawn. So now we go back here, we'd be able to add a spawn zombie action, which has the minutes and seconds still and the extra amount. So here we could say at 5 seconds, spawn 3 zombies. Save that. And back in our level, let's add an export var sequence. We want a level sequence. We add the test sequence. Now we need a way to read this. And whenever the timer hits the defined time, it needs to do whatever that action wants it to do. Okay. Do a signal. I'm updated. We already have a seconds variable that gets updated every frame. Not quite what I want. I want to do something specifically when, like every second, I want to emit a signal, basically. Hey Louise, how's it going?
Hello, happy Sunday.
Danish, if I don't bike, the police will show up and force me on a tricycle. It is law.
Do you like this?
Nice. Yes.
Is that too big?
I think it's fine. It'll be like on a pillar or just in the middle of the fountain.
Yeah, in the middle of the fountain.
Yeah.
And then, like, you know, it will have water, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
So it'll, yeah, I guess it'll have water. Like, That's the fountain.
Sure. I like it. I like that he still has the goggles. The statue has the goggles.
Of course.
I'm guessing you can have a timer in GD script. I could do a timer. I could do a timer. And the next one, it's just the professor with his back to the camera, and the water just appears from somewhere.
No! Not like this.
Okay.
Lilo's asking if they can copy paste an example.
Yeah. If you think it would be understandable in chat. Sure. Yeah, Twitch is interpreting a bunch of things as links, so it's removing them. It's so weird. But yeah, you're basically adding a timer node, setting the timeout, and then on timeout you do a thing. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm with you. I'm with you. So we're gonna have a timer which is of type timer. I assume that a scene tree timer.
Louise, hello. And also, we got Lance farting. Good morning.
Lance.
Good morning, beautiful nerds. Happy Sunday farts. Happy Sunday farts.
Hello. You can do regions in GD script. There's also a... Oh yeah. Alt R is the shortcut. So like if I didn't have this, say I had this, I could select it, Alt R, and then just... It's very nice, very nice. Yeah, I love it. So, question. If I do... But why would I do that? That's just dumb. That's just dumb. So var timer, start timer. We're gonna say if timer like already has a timer in it, we're gonna stop it. So timer dot stop timer dot queue free timer equals null. Can I do that? Then we're gonna do timer equals timer dot new. I think. Timer dot wait time equals 1 second. Timer dot auto start equals true. That's unnecessary. You can do a looping thing, right? One shot. It's false by default, so it's fine. So we do that, then we do add child timer dot start. But before that, we do timer dot timeout connect on timer timeout. Another thing we want to do here is seconds equals 0. On timer timeout, seconds plus equals 1 and event manager time updated. Let's be more specific. Run timer updated or time updated. Emit seconds. Run time updated seconds. So this would change into int. This would no longer be needed. And on start run, we do start timer. Here we can add a print for now. Let's see. Looking good.
What were you up to then? In Cellini terms.
I was redoing how the run timer works so that I can plug into so that I can have the level sequence. Every second it checks if it's supposed to spawn something. If so, it does it.
Yeah. Okay.
So that works. So now we can plug into this runtime updated. So if we go back to our level, we can say event manager runtime updated connect on runtime updated. And we receive the seconds. But we don't want just the seconds, do we? Actually, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So now we're gonna go for action in sequence dot actions if action. Dot. So minutes we can just multiply by 60 seconds. Plus action dot seconds. If both of those equal the amount of seconds that we're currently on, let's do another function, handle sequence action, and then we pass in said action. And now it's just a big old if else, because we can do if action is spawn zombie action, we spawn the zombies. If action is spawn health pack, we do something else. So here we could have a handle spawn zombie action, and we pass in the action again. So once we receive this, at the moment we can just go spawn zombie. I only have... Okay. Let me do another function real quick. We already have an ability to spawn an individual zombie, but I want a multiples one, so spawn zombies amount. And all that's going to do is for I in amount spawn zombie. So here we can do spawn zombies action dot amount. Boom. Turn off this timer. Now, in theory, the level will start. There'll be no zombies. And then at the second... At 5 seconds, three zombies should spawn. We started out with 2 because I have them in here. Let's remove them. And number 5. Nice. You see the number here is 3. They're probably stuck somewhere, but there are 3 in the map. Or maybe they just spawned really far away. Cool. And then we can extend the spawn zombie action to have all sorts of things. Right now it just has the amount and it'll spawn them randomly, but it could have a bunch of options, like do we want to spawn them all in a group? Can they be spawned anywhere? Which direction do we want them to spawn in? All sorts of things. When we have different types of zombies, you could have amounts for each type. can kind of do whatever you want. So spawning 3 zombies at 5 seconds, and then we can just say at 15 seconds spawn another 10 zombies maybe.
Jacob, hello. How's it going? Happy Sunday.
Hey Jacob. Like that.
I'm over here drawing something fun. Good here. Just game Devin. How's it going over here? That's a glorious statue. Exactly. You know, every now and then, you know, you need to take a little break from the things that you should be doing into the things that, you know, will go in the game but are just for fun. Such as a statue of the dog himself.
Ow.
You know what I mean? Should be the statue you earned for winning. I mean, this is pretty cool, isn't it?
I love it. Yeah.
Marvelous.
A god among men. Dr. Cupid, yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's good.
Marvelous. Nice. That's good. I love it.
Yeah. Only to make the fountain, like we said, the base is gonna be 3D.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out.
And then he can sit in the middle of it.
Gives big don't starve energy since they have the statues also. They do.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
true.
do they?
Yeah. They do. They do.
Great minds think alike.
Hey, Flavius.
Praise be the doctor.
I don't know if we gave context, but I was talking earlier how the first level is going to be like the docks manor grounds, basically.
Yeah.
So, you know, like in those big country houses, they have like the driveway in front of the house, like a little roundabout. The centerpiece of that roundabout is going to be a fountain with this statue in the middle. That's the idea.
Yeah. That's the plan.
That is the plan. Okay. So I'm just gonna commit that. Level sequences. So now I think we're gonna have a pretty challenging task here. We need to improve the zombie spawning. Oh boy. Did you see that someone uploaded the full credits screen from the new Assassin's Creed game? Just over 2 hours long. Like the scrolling names takes 2 hours? Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm confused here.
Yes. Oh
Okay.
my god.
That's a lot of people that worked on that.
That is insane. I feel like those games are completely out of control.
They're out of control,
Like,
man.
in terms of like software, it is very impressive, right? It is very impressive. But does it need to be that complicated?
Are we watching credits?
I don't think I've played more than like 2 or 3 hours. Like the last 3 or 4 Assassin's Creed. I don't think I've played for more than 3 hours. Because I feel like they're just the same thing for 30 hours. There's no point in playing past that. Maybe it's just me. You need multiple discs to watch the credits.
Oh my god.
I do like the games. Like, I had a really good time with Origins. I had a really good time with the Greek one, Odyssey. I had a good time. But yeah, for me, like, after 3 hours of doing the same thing, it's just, I don't feel a need to play it anymore.
Yeah, like you've seen it. You've seen what you needed to
Yeah.
see. You've tried what you wanted to try.
I feel like AAA games are in a state where they simply stuff too much content into it and sort of becomes an everything simulator. Takes away from the actual game and the core concepts of the game.
Yeah, you know, it's like a game
Yeah.
can't ever just be like one thing anymore. It has to be everything.
And it is possible that that's not just the... That's not just the AAA game developers' fault. Maybe the
No.
users have kind of grown accustomed to these massive games, so that if you try to sell them something that's not
It's like I
crazy,
think they feel like they're trying to justify the price as well.
I feel like if you give them a game that it's not massive, the gamer might be disappointed, being like, oh, this was just 6 hours. I got ripped off. I don't think that's true, though. Or that would be a very small portion of people that would feel that way. Can't wait for them to introduce base building and farming in Skyrim. There's already mods for that. I love the Far Cry games, but the last one completely lost the charm and what's special about it. There's so much to do. Yeah. Yeah, that's another perfect example. I guess that's just Ubisoft games. They're great, but then they just ask you to do the same thing for 10, 20 hours. Okay. So here's my current conundrum. Right now, when I request for zombies to spawn, it's just spawning them wherever. It just goes, here's some zombies. This is problematic for 2 reasons. One, say you had the screen here. This is the player screen. It means that a zombie could spawn on screen. We don't want that. We want the player to see the zombies come into view, or the player themselves moving in a direction and revealing a zombie. So we definitely don't want to spawn them in view. So fully random does that, so that's bad. And the other thing is, especially with low amounts, if we say, okay, I want the player to have to tackle a group of 3 zombies. But if one of them spawns here, the other one spawns here, great. And then the other one spawns, you know, all the way up in Narnia, then it's no longer a group of 3 zombies. It's just 2 zombies, and eventually this one will make its way to the player. So what we want is to limit the spawning to be just outside of the player view. So if this is the camera, we would want zombies to spawn like within this area. Outside of the screen. So as soon as they spawn, they just have to move a little bit and they're gonna run into the player, into the player's view. So you can very finely control how many zombies you want the player to face at any given point. In 2D, this was very straightforward because you can very simply get the coordinates of camera. So you'd get like this point, and then you can just calculate, you know, simple like offsets to know where to spawn. But now we're in 3D.
3D, baby.
Not only that, but we're in 3D where the coordinates have been rotated. So like that's up, that's right, that's down. Because we're in this tilted isometric situation. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able...
Abram, thank you so much for your fart.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to...
And hello?
Do like simple maths to determine stuff. Abram.
No quick maths allowed.
You do the player view. If you do the player view, it limits that you can move the camera a bit. Alternatively, set number of allowed spawn points per level where it could feel natural they appear like entrances. Right. Even if we had that though, yeah, you could have places within view that could allow a zombie to come out of. Yeah, like a break in a fence or a hole in the ground or something, like a manhole sewage thing. Yeah, that could be interesting for sure. But we can't only rely on that, I don't think, because then we'd need a ton and it'd be like very time consuming to design a level that has a ton of entry points. If you spawn them from out of view, just out of view, you can rely on that. And then you could also have some set points where you see them actually breaking into the level. But when those aren't in the current view, you could still assume that that's where they're coming from,
How
right?
about like behind buildings and stuff?
Yeah. Well, we have to be careful. We can't have the player feel cheated. Like, oh, they came out of that shed, but they weren't there a minute ago.
Yeah. Vim, hello. How are you doing today? We're doing really good. Thank you. And hello, Mr. Zombie.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
We're trying to sort out allowable spawns, but specifically at positions that are off camera. Yeah, exactly. You know, say that there was a fence around the level, right? And maybe, you know, there's this fence, but there's like a little break in the fence. And it's like kind of destroyed. And maybe when the player walks up to the fence, there's like a bunch of zombies here trying to break through, and sometimes some of them manage to hop through. That would be very cool. But then when you move away, and this is no longer in view, you could be spawning the zombies just outside of the camera, and the player will like infer, oh, they came from that break in the fence. Essentially. Happy Sunday. Spent today undoing a day worth of work, but for the better. Ooh, bit of refactoring. It's gotta be done. It's gotta be done.
It's gotta be done. It's gotta be done. It's gotta
How
be
you
done.
doing, Vim? Sounds good to have a point of origin, not magic. Yeah, but you still need both. If you want fine control of how many zombies to throw at the player, it'd be hard to just rely on those entry points. You can create the illusion that's where they come from. But relying solely on that entry point would be challenging, I think. I believe there's a node that can indicate if another node is visible to the camera. That could be used to only allow spawns as appropriate. Or maybe not a node, but a signal. Yes. Yes, there is a visible on screen. Visible on screen notifier 3D. Whenever any part of this becomes visible, it will emit a signal. And I believe it also has a method is on screen. I wonder if this works within a single frame loop. So say I checked it was on screen and then I moved it within the same frame. I moved it somewhere else, checked is on screen again. You know, like could I check 100 different positions in one frame with one of these nodes? That would be ideal. Doesn't really say. It takes one frame for its visibility to be assessed. So this method will always return false right after it's instantiated. Okay, so it would need at least 2 frames. No, but we could have it in the tree always and then just move it around, I suppose. Definitely use that. Can definitely use that. Maybe a spawn manager as an autoload. It can maintain a list of possible spawns with which each have a visibility check node. I feel like a list of possible spawns might be complicated. Or limiting, even. Ooh. Because we don't just want... We don't want to know which potential spawn locations are outside of view. Because that includes ones that would be really far away, right? We want specifically positions that are just off screen. Whew. We could do a radius around the player, but because of the perspective, you can see a lot more behind. I mean, not a lot more, but you can see more above the dock than in front because of the perspective. Is your screen the same size as the viewport? I'm not sure I understand the question. Is the screen the same size as the viewport? I guess. Yes. The camera does zoom as well, if I recall. Is the zoom player controlled? Good point. It is not player controlled, but it may change throughout the run. Yes. Yeah. Ooh. Ain't that a fun one? Visibility check could be used to act as a filter. Then you do a check for the closest point and say pick X closest spawns to create more zombies. Mm-hmm. But that means needing to place them into the level. Well, still, you wouldn't place them manually per se. You could still do that programmatically, like add a spawner every few meters or something. Maybe. Okay. The idea that's currently in my brain is ridiculous. So there's that. My brain would draw a line from player to each spawn point, and if the line is X distance, then it's a viable spawn point. Draw a line from the player. The problem with distance based is that this distance is bigger than this distance. Now I could say whatever, I'm just going to use the biggest distance, and then fine, if they spawn below, they're going to be a bit further away, but that's not such a big deal. That's certainly a way of going about it. But it's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah. So spawning say we spawn a visibility node here, and then we check how far it needs to go, right? So we can get the distance by spawning it and then moving it up until it's no longer visible. Okay, we have the position or the distance here that we need to be off screen. And then we can do that as many times as we want, I suppose.
There's the tomatoes in the house.
Hey, tomatoes.
I don't mean to alarm you.
My game habit is this object I'm interacting with above or below the hip height. Hip height.
Wait.
He's critting me already. He's just hacking.
See, I think he's just hacking.
Another crit. Tomatoes, you're too good at this. Absolutely annihilated.
I mean, I call sus, but...
Unbelievable. How's it going, Tomatoes?
Cheating.
Len said, in the store hauler game, I picked a random point in a radius around the player, then I adjusted the distance until it was out of the player's view. A random point in a radius around the player. So say we did this. Okay, I'm going to pick a random position. So I would pick here, then you go as far as you can. Okay, we are no longer in view. Use that. Doing pretty good, tomatoes. Trying to figure out zombie spawning system. I suppose in this setup.
Oh, I was not looking. I'm so sorry.
In this setup, you could pick a direction first. Jono says you could use the visible on-screen notifier. Yep. I think we're definitely using that.
Cuckoo, hello, but also no.
We could pick a random direction. So just a random, out of 360, pick a random direction.
I pizza you.
And then say we picked this one. Then we just move the visibility notifier until it's out of view. And then when it's out of view, we have our spawn point.
See, there's just cheating going on here.
That could work.
Tomatoes want another duel. Another one.
Tomato cosplay engaged. So rigged. I think Tomatoes actually own stream avatars.
Yeah, did you like pay stream avatars or something?
Yeah, it's it's the old my dad works at Nintendo type deal. Okay, I think we're gonna try this. Random angle. Use the visible on screen node. And then move it as far as it needs to go until it's out of view. And that's our spawn position. Now there's a lot more to consider, because say this is the end of the view. So we pick this and then we go. Okay, we're off screen, but we're in a 3D model. We don't want to spawn the zombie in there. So there'll be more to decide, like, are we going to keep going and spawn them behind the building? Do we just say this is invalid and we just randomize again? There'll be some decisions to make, but we don't need to complicate it from the get-go.
From the gecko.
Gecko.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm done with my statue. You guys like him?
He's so majestic. That's amazing.
Is it everything you hoped for?
It's beautiful. The water will come out of the tip of the arrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful.
Animating the water will be a future problem.
Yeah. Let's not worry about that.
Good stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah? Mortals. Very stuck to shape pyramid. Not wee statues. Oh no.
Okay, let's make a node 3D. Let's call that a zombie spawner. Let's give it a script. We know that we need a visible on-screen notifier.
Mize, are you trying to make amends with your mortal enemy? With your mortal Steam avatar's enemy?
You can't beat him, join him. This was the day that Mize declared war on tomatoes. No, okay, it's confusing. I mean, tomatoes cannot be trusted. Okay, that didn't work.
What were you trying to do? I'm just nice. Tomatoes should make amends.
Okay. How could we make this... I want to make this, like, visible. I want us to see what's happening. So I'm going to add a mesh to the spawner. Let's add a little box. We're going to do a little Minecraft zombie spawner, you know?
We're making Minecraft?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I'm making water.
Water. What color would the zombie spawner be? Green, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm making a water texture to add to the fountain.
Finally, Minecraft 2.
This is the first time I've ever tried to draw water.
That looks pretty good.
Yes. It's a trust the process kind of thing.
Well, I'm gonna have to figure out water shaders, but I think those still use a texture.
I think for the inside of the fountain, I think like just a texture like this is probably fine.
Nah.
No.
What dynamic water?
So I'm drawing this for nothing.
I don't know. We'll find out one day.
That makes me sad. See, now I don't want to finish
No, no,
it.
no, it's fine. I'm not gonna look at it until like 3 months from now, so we'll get plenty of views for that. You could use a collision shape from an area 3D node to check for building overlap. Yeah, absolutely. We could check for all sorts of things, right? Buildings, or you know, like object collision. We could also check for other zombies. So if we're trying to spawn on top of another zombie, we could also use that same area 3D to check for that. Have you tried pressing the mail game button? Huh? Make game, not mail game.
Where were you going with that?
Yeah, that button's OP. I don't think Godot has implemented that one yet. The make game button. Maybe 4.5. That'd be great. That'd be great. We probably want to have this be fairly big so that the zombie doesn't, so that, like, the sprite can't clip into view still. So let's do something like this. Let's just do -1.5. Something like that. Wait, I did something weird. I'm changing the position. What am I doing?
What are you doing?
What? What have I done? Would this be 0, 0? Oh. Do 3.5, 3.5. Oh, let's do. There we go. Okay. We would want this to be a child of the player object, right? It would make it simpler if it moves with the player. Let's have a var direction, which is a float, I guess. No, we want a vector. Vector 3. If this was Unity, I'd be all over this thing with you. Nah, you got your stuff. You got to finish your game, right? We can suffer together. It's okay. piecemeal game. Obviously, it makes an 80s side-scroller Contra clone with lots of shooting, gore, action, and skateboarding. On the topic of skateboarding, is anyone excited for Skate?
I kind of am.
I want to play that game. It's EA, so, you know,
Yeah.
we got to be careful. We got to temper expectations, but I'm still excited.
Yeah.
So, on spawn, what do we need to do? First, we need to reset the position. So we're going to go position equals vector 3.0. So we recenter. Now we need to randomize the direction.
Mice, thank you for trying to fart. I appreciate the intent.
Wait, is that a stream avatar's command? Did you fart on me?
It worked.
I think mice farted on my avatar.
The avatar's fart. It worked. Not like this.
I have questions.
I just want to attempt to fart.
Okay, so to get a random direction,
Mr. Zombie, thank you for your fart.
Aww, thanks.
Aww.
We need a vector 3. And then we do 1, 0, 0.
Thank you for the fart.
1, 0, 0 rotated on zero, 1,
0, 1, 0,
0. So on the y-axis we rotate, and then angle in radians.
Google.
How do I get a random radian? I want a random radian value. What's the easiest way of getting that? Here's a random radian 3.
Excellent.
Random float in a range. But a radian is like a weird range, right?
What if
A radian is from 0 to a weird number. I mean, I could do like degree to radian, rand f 360. Rand f rand f range 0 to 360. So 360 degrees and then convert it to radians. 0 to more than 0. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. TAU times rand f, or rand f range TAU. So TAU Equivalent of pi times 2 or 360 degrees in rotations. Right. That is what radian is. Sweet. Amazing. Thank you, bot. Perfect. Makes sense to me. So now we have a random direction. Now we need to move in that direction until we're out of view. And once we're out of view, we can spawn the zombie. That's crazy. I still don't know if I can do this in a single frame, but we're gonna find out. How many directions do you have? All of them. 360 of them.
Hey, Coco.
Celine, is that a bottle of water?
Is that a bottle of water? It is. Although now I'm not gonna put that much effort into it because I've been told it's unnecessary.
You haven't. Literally not what I said.
You said, well, I'm gonna use shaders to make the water.
And what did I say? What did I say right after that statement?
I don't know. That's all I heard.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Leomo.
One Direction. No. You didn't say One Direction. You said all directions.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's true. We only need one direction. That's true. I'm so sorry. I failed you.
That's what makes it beautiful. Limo tag, hello. What is currently at work with this spawn method?
It's wild. It's wild. We came up with an idea of how to do it, and I'm trying to implement it. But it's kind of whack. It's kind of whack. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with whack?
It's kind of whack.
But like, what's wrong with whack?
Like, do we do a while? Terrible idea, probably.
Whack.
It's kind of whack.
Whack.
It's pretty whack.
sorry, I took it too far. You've bought a Froge mug for one of my besties who loves Froges and is having her birthday soon. You feel like I would love it? I would love monkey. I would love a Froge mug. Any Froge mug. Wickety wackety whack. Oh, what a day. Air horns. Mr. Zombie says I'm turning off Unity for a few hours to play some games and watch you lovely people. I'm too distracted. Limo Tech's asking what you're trying to achieve as well.
What am I trying to achieve? So we want to spawn the zombies just off screen, but because we're in 3D environment and the camera's like rotated and the camera can change zoom and everything, you know, in 2D it'd be very simple to determine that, but in 3D we're trying to come up with a way of doing it. So what I'm currently trying to implement is, actually let me switch to this view. So like, this is the player. We're gonna have a spawner object that will pick a random direction, 360 degrees. So say it picks this direction, then it's gonna move in increments until it's out of view, and then it's gonna spawn the zombie there. That's what we're doing. Is that a good idea? I have no clue. Don't ask me.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, if it was 2D, it would be super simple. You have your screen size, you know, you take some coordinates, super easy. But in 3D, where the camera can shift, and it's at a perspective, so it'll be different distances depending on the direction. Again, I'm sure this has been solved. I'm just trying to come up with a solution. Maybe after stream, I'll check if there's like, you know, here's how you determine the boundaries of your camera in a 3D world. Wow.
Wow.
Because then FOV also matters, right? Depending on your field of view, that area also changes. You can take the forward location of the camera. Yeah, I have all the direction of the camera and stuff, but I don't know how that would help me necessarily. Unless I'm like using ray casts from the camera or something. I don't know. I've just learned there's such a thing as a camera frustum, volume of visibility, and I wonder if this is something that could be useful. That does sound like it would be useful. Yes, absolutely. Camera volume of visibility. I will use that as a search term later. That water looks so yummy, I want to eat it, says Mize. Nice. That looks really good.
The idea is, I mean, I'll make the 3D model and I'll just use this as the texture for like the water part
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it. Drink! Thank you for the
Cheers,
hydration.
Emma.
Cheers.
You can also take any 3D position vector and use the camera's unproject function to determine if the 2D screen point
The statue's
is
majestic.
outside your viewport.
Ooh, what?
3D precision
Speaking of the statue, I just thought of something.
project.
It's looking too pristine, isn't it? Like,
Oh yeah,
it's
it
like,
is very pristine. Yeah.
Unless the dog goes out and cleans it every like week in the apocalypse.
No, I think that's a good point.
Why is the statue so pristine? Why is this water so pristine? Huh? It's too blue.
Unproject position returns the 2D coordinate in the viewport rectangle that maps to the given 3D point in world space. Whoa, my brain does not comprehend that sentence. Get viewport, get camera 3D is position behind. Unproject
Would it be in a
position.
plane so I could show more where than the statue? I should care more about the statue, not what it's sitting on. Yeah, I mean, there's always, like, we can always do 2 versions of the statue, right? And then we can choose. Or like you, or there's an interactable, like in map, like you know how we're talking about, like if you stand in front of something, you get the option to interact. You get the option to clean it. You can waste your time cleaning the statue.
I'm so sorry. I was deep in some docs.
He doesn't care. Do you want me to repeat?
If you'd be so kind.
I said because the statue looks a bit too clean, and I said okay, if I could maybe make a slightly more worn down statue, or like, you know, with some leaves and stuff. But then what if in the map you have like the option to like waste your time and like clean it like as an interactable.
Just gives it a scrub and then there's like a swing, like a little
it
shine.
starts sparkling. Would you enjoy that as a player? Would you think that's funny, or would you be upset that?
I think it'd be pretty funny
because you get an achievement for it, obviously. Funny.
Is position in Frustum, that would be doing the same thing as the visible on screen node. Yeah. But I'm
Excellent.
it would probably be more performant though, right? Like just doing vector math instead of moving a node. I don't even know if this works. Like moving a node within a frame. I don't know if these things will... Like this is on screen. Check. I don't know if it works in a single frame. Or if it recomputes on its own process code. If you know what I mean.
Power Wash Simulator exists. There'd be a fan base for it. Not the fan base.
If it's a single object, performance should be negligible. Yeah, at the moment, it is. We're going to have to make it more complex eventually, but yes, at the moment, it's very, very plain. So here I would go zombie position equals zombie spawner.
Google, don't do it.
Get spawn position. So if I do this, what happens? Probably is just explode.
No. No, Google, don't bite me.
It is currently stuck in an infinite loop. Oh no. Oh god.
Did it die?
What? I just broke Godot with a while loop. Bro.
Use the enemy spawn map. Godot. Nice.
Is this for real? Okay, we're back. While loops, man. They suck. Okay, so this never did the thing. Have a break condition. That should do it. It didn't do it. It didn't do it. It didn't do it. It should have been an and. I did it wrong. I did it wrong. You return the position but never adjust it for the objects. I'm moving the spawner. I'm modifying its position. And then in here, it modifies the zombie position. But position itself, it's the position of the node. So it should be moving the node. I think. Well, the node moved.
Lance, thank you for that fart. Celebratory fart.
How do we... test this? So if I'm here and I click spawn zombie, a zombie should immediately appear on one of the edges of the screen. They spawned somewhere. Okay, I understand where they spawned. They spawned 50 meters away. So this isn't working. I can return, so if I print this, it says it's always visible on screen, even on the last loop. Which means this is recalculated per frame. So we can't use it. It takes 1 frame for the visibility to be assessed. I assume this means to be assessed and recalculated every frame. So I don't think it will work. I can use the camera frustum thing. Lance, yeah, with the position, you are right, but the position is relative to the player, so that's why we're using position here. Because we're moving it in relation to the player. I wonder if something can be done with raycasts. Again, I feel like raycasts are they're recalculated per frame, right? Oh no, we can force an update. Anyway, yeah, we can use the camera frustum thing. Let's try that. I'm not against raycasts, no. It might be the way to go. Limo, Godot does appear to have a function as well. For the camera. Can I... So I can do...
Wowzers! Thank you for that posture check, man.
Camera equals get viewport get camera 3D. That will return the currently active 3D camera, and then we can do camera dot is position in frustum.
We're just adding a little bit of gunk to the statue here. So you got like clean statue, gunky statue.
So let me clear up the log. If I'm here, I click spawn. Let me slightly change this. Oh, I was logging the wrong thing. Whoops. Let's print how far they're spawning. So print spawn position length. $14 meters. $13 meters. $10 meters. But why aren't they appearing on screen immediately? That's strange.
Oh my god. You guys hear her? She just did a full meow.
You have some debug camera, which allows you to zoom out. The problem, I think, is that if I do that, it's going to use that camera to determine if it's off camera. That's the problem. Second debug camera. I don't know how to do that. So I add, say I add another camera. Then oh, I shouldn't have done that.
I'm pretty pleased with that. I'll have to see in the game.
But then I don't know what to do with this camera. It doesn't help me. I can't see out of it.
Juguete.
Oh yeah, that looks better.
We'll have to see in the game, because you know how I can get carried away and with details, but I think it'd be cool. Yeah, so it's like dirty, but like you have the option to like clean it for the lulz. Statue's fine. Well,
The water would also have that texture. That's the idea.
what the
Halftone kind of dots. Yeah, maybe.
why not? If it's not gonna have shaders on it, yeah. If it's gonna complicate things, then no.
Of course, it's gonna have shaders, so it looks like water.
Oh, well, look.
It's like waving, but I think it still uses a texture with its base, so we still be using that. Which is what I said earlier, by the way.
Is it now? I have drawn what I wanted to draw. This only took 2 hours, you guys. Mark is meowing at me. I want to pick her up because she's in my way. Oh, I was just holding you. Cool.
What if I dropped a mesh? Somewhere. Like if I took this and then on here I would go spawn indicator equals mesh. Ooh. Duplicate.
Beware of the cuddle of violence, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna wait until the outbreak is over before I give her treats, because just in case it snatched Lumotech away. My hand smells like treats? My hand smells like treats.
Okay, what if I did that?
Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh, now she's purring. Now that I smell like treats, she's purring.
So if I click on Zomb.
Maripon, thank you so much for that fart. Can we go big? For Cuckoo treat?
Yep. I forgot to move.
I have treats in my hand. Cuckoo knows I have treats in my hand. She can smell them. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Oh, hello there. Wrinkled Nugget. That is a wonderful name. Welcome on in.
Hello.
You two look awesome. How's the stream so far? We're doing good. We just had a treat redeem. So Maka here is getting some treats. She nearly bit my finger off there. Okay, one more treat. Yum 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 yum.
I didn't hear any crunches.
No,
Did she
she's
swallow
just
all of them?
swallowing them whole.
Oh my god.
But she's very happy, and I'll have to go actually give her dinner. So she's having
She
dessert.
started with dessert.
She
yeah.
started with dessert, and I'll have to go give her dinner. But yeah, our stream so far is going, I mean, for me it's going great. I drew 2 things, which you can see down here next to me. I made 2 statues for the game, and I also drew a water texture that I might be using for a 3D model that I'll make later on. And over there on the programming side, I think there's some struggles.
Struggles would be accurate.
But I don't know. I'm chilling. And Maripon
It's
said,
working.
Says, well, submitted my jam game. Now it's time for sleep. And by the time I wake up, the jam deadline will be here. Ooh. You submitted the jam game. Well done.
Good stuff.
Good effort. Definitely get some rest now.
Can we get some yays for a marathon?
Yeah, can we?
Submitting an entry?
There's no glory. That's the
Huge.
yays.
And there was much rejoicing.
Woohoo!
It always feels like a milestone. Doesn't matter how many game jams you've done. Pushing...
That submit button.
Yeah. Just making a game that's playable. It just feels good, you know?
It's huge. Why are you biting me?
Yeah, baby!
Job well
That's
done.
what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Bravo.
Well done, Ameripon. Yeah.
No.
Get some rest, and then tomorrow or whenever you're rested, you can play all the entries. Have a good time.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna give Maka her dinner because she's still eating my knuckles. Let's go. Come on.
My 19th one. Holy. That's a lot of game jams. Well done. And look at this. We've successfully checked the edges of the view.
Over.
No. The problem... Look, I can do it again. I'm going to spawn 100 zombies. It added more. However, they're not spawning where they're supposed to. They're not spawning where they're supposed to. Because of what Lance was saying, because you're using position, not global position. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. I had to global my position. Done. Beautiful. So we had the movement be relative to the player. So position is correct. We're moving this node using position. But then when we're sending back the position, we want the global coordinates. Nice. Good stuff. Woo!
Job well done.
Amazing. And you can see at the moment, you can still see them spawn in. That's because it's going like right up to the edge of the camera. So when the zombie spawns, the sprite can still show up. So we probably want to...
Thank you for the fart.
We probably want to give it some buffer, and then we'll be all right. If I do this spawn 100, maybe even more.
Don't mind me and my snack, okay?
Performance still smooth, yeah. We could randomize this actually. Let's do rand f range So it's between 3.5 and 5. That way, hopefully it'll feel a bit more natural. So they don't all spawn into like a wall. Okay, they still spawn in a wall. Fine, whatever, dude. Yeah, performance seems pretty good. And we're actually instantiating zombies. We'll then do some optimization to use a pool instead. So we're not instantiating and deleting stuff. But yeah, that's the edge of the screen thing sorted. Not bad. I don't know if we need to worry about it now, but we're gonna have 3D models in the scene. So buildings, for example, there might be, we're gonna have a lake where zombies can't spawn in. So we need to check if the position is colliding with these things. We can use an area 2D or an area 3D, but we're gonna run into the same issue where we're trying to do these calculations in a single frame, and collisions are updated in between frames, or whatever, at the end or beginning of a frame, I'm not sure, but we wouldn't be able to just do it in a loop using just an area 3D collision functions. I believe how I did it before is by tapping into the physics server, which is scary. I can boot up my other project to see exactly what the heck. So we had a level which had the spawn enemy. Okay, get random position off screen and not on bounds. Yeah, so it's using physics.
Oh, yeah.
Get world direct space state with physics point query point intersection layer collision layer weirdness binary whatever the heck. It was I can't even believe that I managed to do this for a game jam.
You cray.
I spent hours banging my head against this, but it worked out somehow. ridiculous. The collision mask, this like 512,024, and whatever this is, I don't even know what this is. The pipe, I don't know what that does. It's some sort of binary math. I don't get it. I'm not that smart. But it's combining two collision layers to define the collision mask, which is a bit mask. Oh boy, I really don't want to have to do that again. It's just terrifying.
Do what again?
Weird collision check craziness. Bit masks are very much in the weird but cool category. Yeah, I mean, obviously it did the job back then, so. Now we're in 3D, so that there's that whole thing. The line thing looks like a bitwise OR function. Okay. That would make sense. That would make sense. All I need to do is check if it's colliding with things. That's it. But I cannot use just normal collisions because I'm doing it within one frame. Pipe, yes. A pipe. If I did something like this, it would need to be changed to get world 3D. It needs to be a 3D point query. That needs to be a vector 3. And the collision mask, the physics layer that the query will detect. Surely there's a helper function to convert physics layers to their bit value, right? Surely. Godot for get physics layer bit number. Surely. Left a little something in share your art.
Oh, nice! I love that. Look at the ears! You did the cat ears. Oh, it's fantastic.
Color and all.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yay, fan art.
Love it.
Does it count?
It absolutely counts. Felt inspired.
Oh, it's
It's
amazing.
beautiful.
I love it. I like that my hair just goes all round. That's beautiful.
A little cuckoo, the little violencia.
I love it.
It's perfect. Perfection.
So bot says you can do that to get... So that would be the 9th and 10th layer. So... Right, I can't do it by name. I need to do it by layer value, which I can check by going here, for example. So we have this. So we just take these values. What do we want? 2, 4. 2, 4. We can start with 2 and 4. So 2, 4. Something like that. It is likely 0 based. Right. Second and fourth collision layer. I gotta keep that commented or else I won't remember what the heck this means.
Let me know when I can interrupt you.
Sure. Oh.
How big is a tile? Or tile?
We don't have tiles, so it can be whatever, however big we want it.
The one that I already made. In relation to everything, I just want to know like what one
Of what
tile,
you made. What? I don't have a tile.
The one.
Oh,
that-
like the texture?
yeah. I can't see. Can you show me like just how big one square looks?
I'm not using tiles. I'd need to find a different way of showing you that. It's just like one mesh with a repeating the texture. If I add a sprite 3D and add this. Oh, but I think I modified the size. Yeah, this is not.
That looks about right to what I calculated.
Where's my... Here. Here we go.
Okay, it's pretty small.
Yeah, we definitely don't want it that small.
We want it bigger.
Yeah, maybe like 4 times. No, like twice the size. on the size. If it's this, if this is 1 by 1, maybe 2 by 2,
Okay.
or 3 by 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like what the size of the roads and stuff are gonna be and
Mm-hmm.
things like that. Yeah, no. It goes 1 by 1, 2 by 2.
When we definitely do want this to be tile based.
Do we? I assumed you did.
I don't know.
How else would we do it? I always get it. So far.
I never get it. Like, we could have it not be locked in that sense. So the ground could be just a color or a texture. And then, say, the road would be on its own, and that could be tiled. So you would do road blocks, road tiles, and they can be whatever size. Like how big you want to make the road. They don't need to adhere to a global tile map, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could have like a dirt path, and that's like 1 by 1 tiles because we want the small paths. But then the road is like 4 by 4 tiles because the road is big, so we just do 4 by 4 tiles.
But they're all tiles.
Yeah, they could still be tile based, but we wouldn't be constrained to a grid for everything. The challenge here is figuring out an efficient process to build and iterate on the levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if we had this patch of grass, but we wanted like a bit of dirt, like between this door and this building, we wanted a dirt path, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
How do we do that?
I thought we were just gonna have like tiles and then like stickers that you just like put on top of the tiles as images.
But what are the tiles giving you?
Terrain.
But what's different about the tiles?
What do you mean?
Like a grass tile versus a
Like
dirt
a
tile?
grass tile is a 3D tile.
But then you'd have a grass tile and then like a dirt tile or a road tile.
You could, or the dirt could be like just a decal that sits on top of the grass tile.
So you would draw the entire, or you would draw dirt decals that would get applied on top,
Yeah, and you can just build the road however you want.
like free form, place the decals.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I would say tiles in some sort of grid. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking to make a tile set, to be honest, and then yeah, like you just have the details as just like images that sit on top of the tiles. or just the visual details. That works. I don't know. If it doesn't work, you gotta tell me, because I don't know what works for you.
Yeah, I don't know yet either. So right now you would transform this into a tile. Let's say it's like 2x2. And it's the same. It's the grass, right?
Yeah.
And we'd replace this floor with just the tiles.
Yeah.
And then the road could be a 4x4.
Yeah.
So we'd go in here, remove 2 of the grass tiles,
we
and put down
road,
the road tile.
which would also have the curb,
Yeah.
which would include the curb. I
Yeah.
think I didn't include the curb on those.
And it would be locked to that grid.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to grasp, how we work around that. We'd be now constricted to that grid.
Yeah.
So we'd have to be okay with that. Which is probably fine.
Yeah, I was just gonna use like the Kenny assets as reference of like this. The racing one. Not necessarily like that, like all of that, but I just mean like you'd have some tiles that are a corner, some that are just going straight, some that curve. And like we just add as and when we need it.
Right. But yeah, they're more like building blocks rather. Yeah, it's not like they're not constrained to the grid. You can. They're built to work with each other, but yeah.
Yeah, like they're proportional. Like
Yeah.
they're all the same like width and
Yeah.
and proportionally, scale.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is what I just call it a tile, but if that's not what you mean.
Yeah.
I was just gonna make a couple different grass ones, like base grass ones with just
Yeah.
very, very subtle. Even I'd say even a bit more subtle than, or slightly different than what you see there right now.
I don't think we want grass
I think you do. I think you
in
want
this
a little bit.
in this sense. As in like the grass will be like 3D, not 3D,
Yeah,
but they'll
but
be sticking out, right?
You still need a little.
We need
bit
like a texture. Yeah.
So it's still grass, but it's
Right.
just not like right now. It's not. It's too much.
Right. You have like the ground and greenish hues, brown hues, and then the grass bits. I'll have to figure out how to make grass bits jut out and maybe like lightly sway and things like that. Right?
Mm-hmm. Cult of the Lamb uses the same like 3 or 4 sprites and just builds a bunch of clusters.
Yeah. So they have for the grass, they have like these bits. Sorry.
You just right at Cuckoo. Oh my
Scared
god.
the manga. They have like little flowers, little pieces of grass jutting out. But the ground texture also has like these little white bits.
Yeah, which is kind of
what you were doing.
It's what I did, but I did
Yeah.
way too much of it.
Mm-hmm. And then there's this like very big splotches of color.
Yeah.
And they also have fog. Which it's difficult to see exactly what they did, but okay. So yeah, mix of everything. So when you say you're gonna make a few different tiles for the grass,
Because I mean like an empty one with like a couple lines, like sparingly.
yeah,
Ones with like a couple dots or
yeah,
and stuff, yeah. And then you can just you do you.
yeah. Cool. Sounds good.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can decide like if you want to have it all built, like the tiles themselves in Blender or whatever,
Yeah.
or like because for the grass, like I can make a square mesh, it'd be fine. But if you're gonna have
Yeah, I'm gonna add textures to it, so yeah.
Right.
I wanna just do it in Blender.
Okay.
And then the height as well. Because that's the thing with like the curves and the road. Like we gotta decide if we wanna have a height difference. If that's gonna, even if it's a little bit.
yeah,
even if
it
it's
can be
minimal.
super slight, but probably we're fine
Yeah.
with having that.
Yeah.
Like the characters won't react to height. Like they won't step up onto the curb.
No.
So it has to be small enough that it's okay if they clip a little bit. It's
Yeah.
not that big a deal.
Yeah. Imagine they trip. There's a chance that they trip on the curb. No. Bless.
Okay. How do I test if our collider function worked? If I do this. Oh my god. Pigs, hello.
Hello there. That terrified me. Ay, ay, ay.
That was a double beak sound with a rooster on top.
That sure was.
How's it going, Beaks? Hello, hello. Thank you for the massive riz.
Absolutely terrifying.
Hope life is good. Exciting to see you working on a game again. It's looking pretty snazzy. gonna fall asleep tonight after that.
Like every woman I've ever tried to rinse. Absolutely terrified. Yeah, the cool part about the world is gonna be once we start adding all the details to it. That's when it's gonna be cool. I mean, I have a little crap on this now, but
Yeah.
you know, like little grades, little puddles. I don't think the curves will be as detailed as what I've drawn here, but you know, it's still add.
Yeah,
details
I
to
mean,
the
in terms
roads.
of the model, it would be just a block. But in terms
Yeah.
of the texture, you can
Yeah.
go as crazy as you want, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir.
Whoa. Yeah, it'd be awesome if we could fully realize that vibe. I can't wait to see how it looks like
Yeah,
in 3D.
I really wanna get to the world building.
Yeah.
Soon.
Soon.
Soon. That's why I was so excited with drawing the statue. I'm really pleased with that.
Not sure this is working. It's never colliding, which is definitely not true. My collision checks always say false. Colliding with bodies. Yes. Static bodies and zombie bodies is the idea. But it is not doing the thing. It's always false. Oh, no, we're getting some true. Okay. So it is working. Now the question is, we get a random position to spawn the zombie. And if we... Right now we're picking a direction, and then we're going off in that direction until we're off screen. But that could be colliding with a building, let's say. So now we have to decide, do we keep going to try and get the other side of the building, or do we just say that that direction is invalid and we just start over, pick a new random direction and see if that direction works? it might be easier to just try again and again until we get a valid one. Voting for new random, yeah, I think that would be easier to work with as well. Hey Dis, how's it going?
Hello, happy Sunday.
So if we do that, we'll need a get position off screen. That returns a vector 3. And that basically does that. We can probably also refactor this to not move a node anymore. We can just use coordinates. Since we're no longer using the visibility node, we don't actually need to move this node, so we could refactor this, make it cleaner. Just work with vectors directly.
Just woke up and decided to see if you were on. Hope you're well. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we're doing really good. I think we're having quite the productive day today.
So
Nice, yeah.
probably going to be a while loop.
Should we be scared?
Yes. So we'll have a spawn position, which will be a vector 3. Then while loop, while spawn actually we can start it with get position off screen. So we get position off screen, then while spawn position is on a collider, we'll need to get a new one. So until it's not on a collider. We would want to have a failsafe here. So we'll do a const max attempts, and we'll just say it can try 10 times. If they all turn out to be colliding, just stop.
Stop it.
Okay. Cool.
Good idea to have a fail state rather than leave it running.
Yeah. Earlier we did not have a fail state, and it nearly crashed Godot.
And it failed.
Yeah, it failed. It's a lot of zombies. Yeah, yeah. Many lessons learned with while loops. Yep. Always need a fail safe. Cool. Let me commit that. Added just off-screen zombie spawning. And now with our level sequence, we can kind of play around with these values to get a feel for the pacing, right? And we don't have like a map yet, so obviously there'll be many, many iterations of this, but you can say that, let's say that at second 20, 5 of them spawn. Then at second, let's just go 1 minute, 20 of them spawn. You just get 3, so you just have to cure these 3 little nerds.
3 little nerds.
And you get 5 of them. Yeah, and then you're waiting around for the next thing. I feel like we're definitely gonna want like roaming zombies.
They're just hanging out.
Yeah, they're just like hanging out, and you can see them at the edge of the screen. And they're just, you know, loitering.
Sure.
But if you get close enough, then they get alerted and start to chase you. That way you also have some control. Like, do you just want to go fast and engage? Or do you want a breather?
Yeah.
You still have moments where there'll just be waves coming at you. You won't have a say.
You gotta go fast.
But it doesn't need to be like that all of the time.
No.
So I think that would be quite interesting.
You need that as a sound. You got a list of sounds to add to the stream.
We need a redeem that automatically puts it on a list.
Yeah.
That's what we need. Add chat sound request. Or request a chat sound. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
Would there be some time freeze abilities? I mean, sounds like utter pain for future me, but I'm gonna put it on the list. We're gonna have, in terms of player action on like moment-to-moment gameplay, there's your movement, there's the tool which applies the cure, and then there's a utility which it'll be. We're gonna start predominantly with movement abilities, but not only movement abilities. Like here, there's a sprint, dash, jetpack, teleporter, but there could be a time freeze in here. Or a push zombies back ability. So yeah, time freeze could definitely slot on there. And it could either be like, you know, crazy time freeze and actually modifying the time. Like how the zombies handle time, or it can be more like Vampire Survivors, where it would just basically pause the zombies so they stop moving for a second. Yeah.
B Studios, hello. How's it going? Good to see you too.
Hello, hello, Beast.
Thank you ever so much for your part.
It would be nice to have an ability tree and then set up limited ones to use per level or something. I don't think, like, if we have a concept of a tree, it's still something that you have to encounter throughout the run. So like you would pick time freeze, let's say, like randomly it would pop up in the upgrade selection. But if you take the time freeze, you may now see upgrades related to the time freeze. So you could like spec it after that. But it's still within the randomized upgrade space of a roguelike. It's not something you would craft beforehand. Nerds, we do have some ads about to come on through. Sorry about that. Twitch forces us to run those, I'm afraid. But we'll be right back.
We'll be right back. Right here. Why do I never have ads? I guess you're just the chosen one.
Be like location based. Or maybe they've flagged you as someone that never buys anything, so they're not wasting the ad on you.
Oh my god. I feel like if that was the case, like they'd try harder. They'd double down on the ads.
Show more ads.
No, not like this. I'm sorry. No.
It's great that you don't get ads. We're not sad about it. If we could turn off ads, we probably would, but we can't do that. So I don't seem to get ads on mobile. I've heard some people say that before. Yeah.
That artist, thank you so much for that cheeky follow. Little nerd alert.
Nerd alert.
Little nerd alert.
Where's my third zombie? Oh, they were stuck behind a building. Classic. We will need to give the zombies some brain cells to get around things, for sure.
They'll need like 2 or 3 brain cells.
Yeah. I mean, 3 is probably pushing it. That's a lot. That's a lot for a zombie. Ow.
Wait.
Oh my god. That's a lot of zombies. Okay. Let's... What time is it?
We're on 3 hours.
Can do a bit more.
You can do a bit more?
Yeah. You have stuff to do?
I have like a million things to do. I was just taking a little break.
Let's go to our run manager. Let's do some nerfs. The player's too fast. Get nerfed. Zombie movement speed. Let's add that in as well. I have a feeling there should be poison somehow. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for us in terms of designing those types of mechanics. Because we're kind of operating within this unique notion of combat, right?
Yeah.
You're not like damaging the zombies or anything. The zombies could maybe poison you. And maybe the poison makes you slower or something. That could certainly be a mechanic. But when it comes to dealing with the zombies, your goal is to cure them.
Yeah, you don't want to hurt them.
Yeah. So, damage over time, things like that with the zombies, it's doable, but we kind of have to rethink it and adapt it with the whole cure mechanic, right?
Yeah.
Could hurt their feelings.
No!
We could poison their heart.
Not their feelings. Not their feelies. No tomb for the zoom. You tried, Miles.
Hurt them mentally. Throw some vector math at them. Ask them to figure out how to spawn zombies just off screen. That'll get them crying. Or it turns you into a zombie if you don't take an antidote. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. We've been thinking about the doc as being the one person in this world that is immune to the virus. But it would still be an interesting mechanic, maybe later into the game, where the doc can be infected, and unless they do something within a certain time period, they would be turned and lose. Or
it could be that like he thought he was immune, but it's just that it's just taking a really long time to like set in, you know. Beep boop boop.
Cure over time may slow them down. Yeah. You could apply like different properties to the cure. Like while they're being cured, they could get slowed. Or like they can attack if they're cured, things like that. We could play with those types of upgrades. We could have like a mind control upgrade on the cure, where if they're being cured, like if they have the cure applied on them, they start to run towards other zombies instead of at you. Could be interesting.
Interesting. Could be cool, as you say. Right?
Could be cool.
Could be cool.
Could be cool.
Could be cool.
Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Doodle-doo-doo.
Doodle-doo.
Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Doodle-doo.
Hi, Maka. Are you gonna go to your cave?
Throw antidepressants at them. Jesus.
Maka, please don't put your butt
combo.
in my face.
Cheers, Mags.
Max. Thank you. Maka, what do you want? You can't sit there.
When they're getting cured, they start getting brain cells and start screaming. like a gradual curing. You know, it did occur to me. I mean, it would be like so much work. It'd be crazy. But actually having the cure progress work with each part of the sprite. So like as they're being cured, their arm would turn into the human version arm. Their eyes would turn into the human version eyes. And then when they're complete, like the last few ones pop. Now they're human again. But that would mean that we need to have the zombies and the humans have the exact same number of parts and kind of work together, which would be a challenge.
Yeah, I think this for your idea saying not sure if you want to go this route. But you could have zombies that are too rotten and curing them, they just die. I think for the sake of this, we're trying to keep this like a very like family friendly, like health friendly. I don't know if you'd wanna kill peoples accidentally.
Yeah, we talked about this before, and you know, at the end of the day, we're gonna try to make this game the best it can be. And there's a world where, you know, killing the zombies is just, it satisfies the player fantasy. So that's something that we have to explore. But we're going to try to have it as a design pillar that no one dies. Like, the doc gets hurt by the zombies, but the lose condition, because the doc is immune to the virus, if the doc goes down to 0 health, the doc just passes out, and the zombies kind of lose interest. And the doc makes it their way back to home base.
Yeah.
But no one dies.
Max is gonna drop out to YouTube while I eat. Just wanted to pop in, drop my combos, say hi to y'all. Thank you, Max. Enjoy the YouTubes.
Yeah, and the
food. Yeah. We gotta cook today.
We do have to cook.
Oh no. Catastrophe.
What do we got? Like pork and rice?
Yeah.
Doctor is a Pokemon confirmed. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or you can order out. No, we did that yesterday.
No, yeah.
We did
that
anymore.
yesterday, and then we promised that we were not gonna get any more takeaway.
We should have cooked yesterday. We didn't. We ordered. So.
But it was good.
Our past selves have given us an ultimatum, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Trusky.
Truski.
I'm gonna cook some breakfast, but I will be listening. Oh, enjoy your breakfast.
Nice.
Oh, you know, whenever we have a long weekend next, it was like Easter. We have Easter.
Easter,
break or
yeah.
something, we should try to make that like the rice with the burger and stuff. Not breakfast. Yeah. Oh, and I need to make the little cheesecakes.
All right, you want to use your cream cheese?
I need to use the cream cheese.
Ow.
You know, sometimes you just the only thing in the shop is a massive tub of cream cheese where you only needed like a little bit. So now it's like, what do I do with all this cream cheese? Help. But yeah, apparently if I mix that with some of the Biscoff spread and then crush some Biscoff, I can then make us little Biscoff cheesecakes.
That sounds lovely.
I'll try that. I'll try that. I'll try that tomorrow. What is this? This is hair. Okay.
Okay. So now the zombies are using a stat for their speed. You can do this spread count situation. Where do I use that? Here. That a stat. Cure spread count. So like at the beginning, the cure can only spread to one other zombie. Actually, we can do this other way around. So run manager. Get stat. Your spread count. Value. Then this does -1 if the count is 0, break. Now if we bunch them up, you should see that when the cure does the spread, like the little thing pops out, it should only go to one of the other ones. It did nothing. Wow. That's incredible.
Isn't that concerning?
What the heck? It's awesome that you're working together. So wholesome.
It's certainly been like the best. Because I don't know, as an artist, I feel like it's just so rewarding seeing your work come to life like this. Yeah.
Yeah, same on my end. I'm never really prototyping with like gray boxing. It's very rare. Selena's usually feeding in the art as I go. That definitely helps motivation.
What is this? Oh, that's the face. Oh no!
narrowing conversion, blah 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 blah.
I
blah.
hate you. Please no hate.
Oh no.
I. Yeah, I know, JK.
Hiya.
I don't envy your side of it.
I don't envy your side of it.
I'm just drawing pretty pictures here.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Pretty funny pictures. Thanks, Mr. Zombie. That's really nice. I'm honestly so impressed every time we push it a little bit further, and I think we really are getting better. And I think for me, I'm certainly getting more comfortable and confident in what I draw. That sometimes I surprise myself. There's still days where I just don't have it. I just like
Feel like everything you draw is shit.
yeah, it's just not the mind to hand connection. It's just not there. But for the most part, I'm like, yeah, that looks cool. I like that. Ship it.
Ship it.
Ship it. You know? Nose. Ear goes in front of the hair. I can go behind the hair. No. Ah. One thing I will say, having such a weak dollar is pretty disheartening. Like 500 Australian dollars is like 340 US. Conversion rates are killers. Oof. Yeah, I mean, we kind of see that as well with like pounds to dollars, because obviously like all of our game dev related earnings are in USD. Right. So that when it gets to us in pounds, like not only do we lose like all your Steam cuts, taxes, all that fun stuff, but then it also then gets converted to pounds.
Yeah.
And it's like even less. So it's like, oof.
I guess that would be the other way around.
It's the other way around.
From this.
Yes, this is true. I just mean like in general, conversion rates are really frustrating, right?
Yep.
In general. You get paid?
We do.
We do. People are playing our game.
Yeah.
People are playing Super Cafe.
It feels good.
And people like it. Every time we get a little review, it's like warms my heart.
Yeah. Yeah, we get a sale. We get a sale maybe every other day. Except if there's like an event or a discount going on.
Yeah, and then we'll get a couple.
Yeah. The women-led games was really good. The spring sale was not as good, but
Still helped more than like
Yeah.
the average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After all Steam taxes, etc., then 50% tax. Yeah.
Ooh, that is rough right there.
Yeah, I think our earnings are going to be at 40%
Yeah.
tax.
Which is still sad.
Yeah. It really is. Ow.
Don't they take enough? Let us have something. I've never seen the government help me make these games. Oh. Rough Night, thank you so much for that follow.
Okay. Let's make an upgrade for the spread count now. Just duplicate your spread count. Increases the number of zombies the cure is spread to by 1. Changes the cure spread stat, modifies it by 1. And we add that here and test it. We spawn 100 zombs. It only spreads to 1, spreads to 1, but if we get cure spread count upgrade, now it spreads to 2, spreads to 2. We keep picking that. It's a huge spread. Oh, frame drop. Oh.
Oh no, have you done it again?
I did the thing. Ah!
Kill it! No, I pay other people, but I feel sad that so much is eaten up by conversions. So many of my conversions boil down to, can we afford it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there's a few places in the world where it's a lot easier to go full-time game dev, for example.
Yeah.
Where the quality of life cost is relatively cheap. So when you convert from dollars to that currency, you actually kind of are able to sustain a good quality of life with not that many dollars, right?
Yeah.
So like we're in London, so it's
incredibly painful.
yeah, it's impossible. Like if we made a game that makes millions, sure, but outside of that, living in London will never be able to go full time. It's just won't work because it's so expensive to live here.
Yeah.
Which puts us in a really weird spot.
Could always try Argentina again. I can hook us up. No, but yeah, this is It is what it is. Okay, I think I got it. B says we have this joke in Denmark. I'll try to make it make sense. So scat equals wife and tax. So the words with the same meaning. So the joke is, why do we call our better half wife? Because they take half our income. It also means tax.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, if someone wants to hire an Australian to do work for them, it would be way cheaper. Yeah, it's like the other way around. It works great, but yeah, there's always someone on the losing end of a conversion rate.
Yeah, we have, you know, we have full-time jobs which pay the bills. So our only way into full-time game dev means having our games make enough money where we have a bit of savings and we can just move away from London and have like a 2-year runway or something where we can
Try to make
release some games and see if it makes enough to support us. I suppose that's the plan, but long road to get those savings.
Yeah. We can start by cooking today instead of getting takeaway.
Yeah. We can start by not ordering so much.
Slowly but surely.
Exactly. You know, one day at a time, you know?
Yeah. I think if we could ever be so fortunate that games can be like one income and like we could work part-time, you know, like just working part-time is enough, then that would also be
Right.
great.
Yeah, like half game dev, half day job.
Yeah, that'd be great too. Have you considered making courses? I heard that could be useful, and you folks obviously have the skills. Yeah, and you know, again, stuff like that would be something that I guess we could consider, like after we decide, like after we're going like full time, like we don't have 9-to-5 jobs, because right now we have 9-to-5 jobs and then we're doing this. There's like physically no room to do anything else besides this. So yeah.
But yeah, there's also what you're saying there makes sense.
Yes, exactly.
For sure.
Yeah.
But there's something that you have to ask yourself. So say your dream is to go full-time game dev, right? But you can't do that. You need to rely on courses, online courses, let's say. Are you going to be passionate about that so it doesn't feel
like just another
like just another job?
Yeah, because that's my thought. Like, I'd rather be working part-time at some retail shop like I used to do at uni, and I know I could do that, and it's like my brain is not being consumed by, you know, like I'm not mentally tiring myself necessarily.
Sure.
I'm just physically tiring myself, and then I can come with energy and draw and do stuff because this is what I want. Whereas like, you know, I don't mind that I am, I don't know, at a till, not being passionate about being at a till. You know?
Sure. I could never do that. Speaking to people,
It's fine.
terrible. I would never. For me.
Yeah. I know.
Anxiety inducing. That's why I'm a software engineer.
I do quite miss the cinema sometimes. It was a good time. Yeah, the way I see it for myself is I would try to negotiate with my current job if they would take me part-time still at a, I guess, significant pay cut, you know, and see what they say. If they say no, well then we'll have to think of something else. But yeah, it's either that or probably freelance, which will be tricky, but you know. Who knows?
I spoke to a person once. It was awful.
It was awful. Chad can attest to that.
Yep.
See, my job at the cinema was, I think I liked it so much because I wasn't really talking to people. I was just tearing their tickets and then cleaning the screens most of the time. I was rarely at the till. Sometimes I was, but it was fine.
Hey, didn't spread.
I think it depends on the setting, right? Because at the cinema, people didn't want to talk to you. They just wanted to get on and go watch their movie, right?
Right.
Whereas when I worked at a clothing store, that was very different. I hated that. I hated those interactions because it was often people upset trying to return things. You had to deal with people being upset. You know? Very different kinds of interactions. You know, had to get my manager quite a lot, as you do.
Yeah, generally speaking, I don't mind like talking to people in the context of, you know, like working with the engineering team or something. Like that's fine.
No,
It's more
I don't.
when you're talking to someone that's, you know, another party.
I don't think
That's a
I don't
challenge.
think you could ever do a customer service job. No, you definitely would absolutely hate it.
I could do it, but I would hate it.
Yeah. No, but that's what I mean. Like, you know, it'd be like last resort.
Yeah. Before, thank you, Liam.
Thank you.
Before I did coding, I was in graphic design, and you know, I liked it. I had fun with the design part, but interacting with clients and trying to extract what is it that they want me to do, it was such a pain. I was like, I can't do this. They don't know what they want.
No,
so...
they never do. Did you get cheaper movie tickets? We did. We had an allowance actually. I worked for the like chain here in the UK called Odeon. And I think I can't remember exactly, but say we got like 12 free tickets per quarter or something, like it was something like that. And you had like a little card, and then we just stamp it, like,
right,
or across the hour, whatever, and then you just get an allowance of tickets. You could also bring a friend, which was, I guess it's nice of them, you know. And then while you're working, you get to spoil every ending of every movie because you gotta wait in there with the bags. if you get sent to like wait to like collect the rubbish, you know how every time you leave the cinema there's like,
oh right,
bags.
you're seeing
So
the end of the
every
movie.
movie ending spoiled.
Oh no.
I did enjoy it when Guardians, I think the first Guardians, it must have been. I just the song was playing and just vibing at the end of the song like every time. Like really good.
Johnson, hello. How's it going?
Cheers. Oh, I finished that.
Welcome in, nerds.
Johnson.
Hope you had a great stream, Johnson.
Happy Sunday. Oh!
Wait. What the heck? Wallaber, hello.
The double raid, let's go. How's it going, everyone?
That's 2 big raids. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Hello.
How's it going? Hope you had a great stream, Wallaber. Welcome on in. Yeah, if you guys need to run, it's completely understandable, but thank you so much for bringing your nerds over here.
Yes.
For anyone that doesn't know us, hi.
Hello.
We're True Nerdy Nerds. We're making some games, trying to anyway.
Yes. I draw things over here, down on my, I suppose, left or right. It'd be my right. My right? Your left.
Yeah, Celine does the art, I do the programming, and we work with Godot.
Yeah.
Just like Johnson and Wallaber. What a coincidence.
And thank you for that lyric, Johnson. Enjoy the rest of your day. I had a fun stream as usual. Gonna head out, gonna get some lunch, take care of our precious viewers. Will do. Enjoy
Thank you,
lunch.
Oliver. Enjoy.
Yeah, today I drew this beautiful statue and this beautiful water texture. Yeah. It'll be great. It'll be great once it's shooting water into the fountain. And it'll be hilarious when you can clean it. for nothing. No, I think maybe you should get a reward when you clean it. Something. Like a boon, like
Put
a
in the
like
backlog.
No, it could be like a blessing.
Yeah, blessing system. I'll get that hooked up.
You get that going real quick. Just a boon / blessing system.
Yeah, for any first timers, we are working on a.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
We're working on a zombie-themed roguelike. Where you're the doc here, and you're trying to turn the zombies back into humans.
Yeah.
That's the goal. We're still working on our core game loop. It's getting there. We're pretty close. We have the zombies. You can save the humans. And then if you save enough, you get presented with a level up screen where you can pick between a random set of upgrades. You also have a movement ability, so you can do a little dash. But yeah, we're about a month in. A month of weekend work.
Yeah.
It's going well. It's going all right.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Slow but steady.
Yeah.
You know? Consistency.
I think, obviously, it takes time to set everything up, doesn't it? Especially because we're really trying to make it look extra nice. And also, we are working with the 3D, and so it's all very new to us.
3D is a thing that we're doing.
3D is a thing. Indeed. The fountain is a source of infection. That's an interesting thought.
Contaminated water.
What do you think? Yay or nay?
What do you mean? Like, I don't.
Contamination or no, non-contamination.
What does that mean, though, mechanically?
It makes you sick.
You're just saying words.
I'm just saying, like, you lose health.
Perchance.
You turn green, and it makes you sick.
Ow.
You're just saying words. Cleaning could remove the contamination.
Guys,
Oh,
Celine, it's just a fountain, okay? Let's not get carried away here.
we can brainstorm.
It's just a fountain.
It's just a brainstorm.
It's a thing to
You
run
gotta let
around,
the- You
okay?
gotta let the ideas flow, alright? Beast, thank you so much for that fart. Gonna head out. Lovely seeing you nerds today. That's alright. Please do enjoy the rest of your day. And thank
Have a
you
good
so
one,
much
Beast.
for hanging out with us. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Brit Superman says you can't control your farts. Big Heart, thank you so much for that follow. You got a little nerd alert.
Nerd alert.
Cheeky nerd alert.
Thank you.
Picks up Burn and carries him away. Please continue.
If you guys are going to increase the scope, then make it more exciting than a fountain, okay? That's the rule. Sorry.
Get wrecked. I was just trying to have some fun.
I'm being carried away.
Ah,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
ah.
I take it back. I'm just... Too much vector math. Too much vector math.
Doesn't mean it's gonna happen. You.
Yeah, that was too much. That
Yeah.
feels bad. The whole like having the cure application on a cooldown is very interesting. It completely changes the game. For one.
The cure on a cooldown.
How's it going, Baked Heart? Hope you're having a good Sunday.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Why didn't it spread? What the heck?
Is Olive scary with just the whites of her eyes?
Kinda, yeah. What the heck? I don't know if I introduced a bug or what.
Well, you certainly didn't formally introduce it. Sorry.
Selene, this is bug.
Sorry.
Bug, this is Selene. Okay, what we need is we need to see collision shapes. That's what we need.
Wait, I thought this was behind the hair. Oh.
So this outer blue ring is the spread radius. Oh, they are... maybe not. Maybe it is too small still. Yeah, that might just be too small. I'm underestimating. Or overestimating how big it is. Okay, didn't do it there. That's definitely a bug.
Are you bugging out?
It definitely should have spread. We could even like go vertical. We can see the Venn diagram, like they overlap, right? I'm not
Whoa.
crazy. It should have spread. So what did I do? So cure spread count is 1. So count is 1. First loop, does not equal 0. So it applies the cure and then removes 1 from the count. Then count is 0 and it breaks. So it should work. If I print count here. One, 0. What? What? So it didn't work that time. But it'll work this second time. Now it spread. So it on the first time it always fails?
On the first day of Christmas. Sorry. Don't be angry.
Why? Why?
What?
Why does the first one fail? So that was 1, so it definitely wasn't 0. It didn't break. But then it determined that the instance was not valid. Oh, okay, now it worked. Why? Why did it work that time? Human problems are the worst. Yeah. Why is it not happening anymore? I was getting it every time.
What did you do?
Nothing.
You've not done anything since the time it was doing it and the time it was not.
Nope.
You didn't exit it. You didn't close anything. You didn't.
Why is it working now? Okay, there. Okay, so it said cure. Okay, so it went in here, but it didn't successfully send the cure out. What?
That's kind of scary.
Thank you for the follow, Abdi.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, what if no, it wouldn't be this. It wouldn't be this.
Wouldn't it? What about tiny pupils? Does that show how? Does that show fear?
That does show fear.
Or is it like huge? Like, you make it. It's kind of what we had before with the shinies.
I feel like the small pupils conveyed the being scared a bit more. Maybe not as tiny. Yeah. Hmm. What the heck?
Eyebrows could be needed. Yeah, the zombie at the moment doesn't have eyebrows. He doesn't got eyebrows. I'll add one of these little like lower eyelids, kind of like aiming it. I'm freaking out. Tiny eyes definitely conveyed more fear. Yeah. They're still too small. Like, you gotta be small, but like, you gotta be able to see them.
How the heck did I break the game? I didn't do anything. I didn't do nothing.
Didn't you?
Instance not valid. Instance not valid. That's crazy, dude. Check diff. Good shout. We change the speed. We change this, but that's expected. And it's still getting in here as intended. And that's it. Everything else is irrelevant.
But is it?
I mean, okay. What we did change was that before the cure could always spread to multiple zombies, and maybe that was maybe that was hiding the problem, and now because it can only target one, it's breaking. Okay, as I was saying that sentence, I have a theory. What if it's trying to cure itself? Is that possible? I think that's possible. I think that's it. Because it's getting overlapping bodies, which is looking for zombies, which includes self. So if we do if zombie equals self, go to the next iteration.
You think that's gonna do it? Sounds horrible out of context.
I think that was it. But because before it was always doing 2, when there was a situation where there was only 2 zombies, it was picking itself and the other one, so it always worked.
Likeable Leaf, thank you so much for the follow.
Thank you, Leap. If we get 2 of them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it. Maka, stop putting your butthole in my face. What are you doing?
She's just showing you her butt. Now she's walking over to my desk. Hi, Cuckoo.
Yeah. That was
Want
it.
cuddle.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was it. Nice. Nice.
Oh.
Kitty booty. Nice. Even though it wasn't specifically connected to the diff, thank you, Liumo, for rubber ducking. For rubber ducking me into it. I appreciate it. Makes a lot of sense.
Who was purring? Yeah.
Alrighty. Good day. Good day. We added the level sequence so we can build out the zombie spawns or the zombie waves. We improved the zombie spawn so it always spawns just outside the screen.
Is it time for a little screenshot?
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah.
For progress.
Let's get the run cycle in. So it's just gonna go like this. And then run like this and oh.
Oh no, Cuckoo! I'm sorry.
Well, that didn't work, did it? Let's try that again.
Amazing.
Top headache, babe. Wait, I can just make myself invulnerable. What am I doing? I can't get.
Sus.
I can't get the run cycle in because when I click out, it registers the input, and then I'm no longer running.
You just gotta do a print screen or something.
Print screen. Okay. I'm like this. I'm running, and then I do.
You guys heading off to get dinner? Yeah, I think we're gonna go make some dinner in a few.
I can't. It doesn't work.
Even with print screen?
I can't hit print screen, and it still is running.
Okay, can you screen record? Oh, or just don't get the run in. It's like you're the one that wanted to get the run in. Nice. Have a good one. You too, Diz. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Oh, my meowed.
There we go. I love the zombie sprites.
They look better, right?
Yeah.
Nice progress today. Thank you for the stream. No, thank you for hanging out.
Thank you guys.
And yeah, we did some good progress here.
All right, we gotta go cook.
We gotta go cook. Where we going? What do we got?
Where are we going? We're gonna continue the raid train here.
Thanks for the stream, nerds. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you,
See
Jacob.
you later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. That was hanging out with us. Appreciate ya.
Food time, exactly, mine. Gonna make some food. And yeah.
I think it's Seto time.
It's a Seto day.
It's Seto.
Seto Sunday. Oh my God, Seto Sundays.
Seto Sundays.
Seto Sundays.
Dotson, thank you. Thank you for the raid.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday with some more zombs.
Yep.
Maybe a fountain.
Maybe a fountain.
Maybe.
Yeah. We're almost done with the rough outline of the gameplay loop. So we're probably gonna start playing around with the actual level building.
Yeah.
Getting a rough outline and then exploring how we want to do the 3D assets and how do we build levels in a way that we can iterate with them easily. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time.
It's gonna be a good time.
But until then, thank you so much, nerds.
Yeah.
We're
yes,
ready to go.
The rain message is gonna be Seto Sundays.
Seto Sundays raid message. I love it. I love it.
And we leave you with a kitty cat butt on the screen.
All right, nerds. Have a good rest of your Sunday and a great week ahead. Appreciate ya. Bye.
Bye.
You know, it's at least a salad. Yo, what is up to nerdy nerds? Welcome everybody. My goodness, thank you for hanging out with the nerdy nerds today. Thank you for joining us over here. Seto Sundays. Whoa, Seto Sundays.